Mike's on.
Yeah, I guess they are, aren't they? Mic's on, yep.
Yep, you're good.
Now, we'll call the meeting to order. I'd make a motion, we adopt the agenda as mailed.
Second, aye.
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 Motion carries. Delegations, out-of-state travel request from cross country.
Mr. Bellinger.
You're up.
The Boy Scouts are lost, so
Oh, I got you.
they didn't know they come
Well,
here.
first of all, for those of you that don't know me, that should be anybody, but
We need you for the.
I am James Bellinger. I'm the head cross-country coach of the high school and junior high. And apparently I've been pretty lucky over the last 6 years or so, because every year my athletes fundraise and we go on some sort of a team bonding trip. We try to go somewhere just to do it as a team, have some fun. We've done stuff like Worlds of Fun or like T-Bones games or Dave & Buster's, things like that. And I've been pretty lucky, I guess, because I didn't realize that when you left the state, you need board approval. Because all the other ones have been in that KC metro area, and I wasn't aware of that. So good thing that obviously Mr. Hutton was on top of it and had heard that we were doing this trip. So then he mentioned it to me and said, hey, that is something that needs board approval. And so I'm obviously coming in front of you today to ask for that approval. As far as the trip is, I would like to take the junior high and high school kids to Omaha, Nebraska. There is a place there that I've been there with my family several times, and I've talked to the kids about it in class, and I'm sure my daughter shared it, but the kids are really excited for it. They have already fundraised for it, so that is already taken care of. I have found a volunteer bus driver, so that is already taken care of. But obviously in this case, I need approval from the board to be able to take that bus out of state.
What is the place?
It's called the Amazing Pizza Machine.
Oh yeah, I was.
So
It's fun, that's
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
Yep, that's fun.
I think the kids will enjoy it. I think at this point, and I've already done sign sheets, parents' signatures that have given authorization for the kids to go. I think right now we've got about 35, 36 kids that have already signed up with parent approval.
And it's just a day trip.
Just a day trip.
Awesome.
We'll leave early in the morning, probably about 7:15. We'll get up there. It opens at 11. Told them I'd let them kind of play until about 6 o'clock, and then we would return, probably get home around 9:15, and then
This is on a Saturday, right?
it's actually on a Sunday.
Sunday.
I had different dates for this, and obviously one of them has already passed because I missed this idea here. So we had to move it, and since we've gotten this far into the year, the place is now only open on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. So that also worked because I've been trying to steer away from league volleyball, which happens to be on Saturday. And so I didn't want to take anybody from anything else, whether they have siblings or they just want to go and support. I didn't want them to take away from that. So it worked out that we went on a Sunday, and that was something else that I let the kids, if they wanted to go, they could. If they don't. But it would be actually this coming Sunday if it gets approved.
So
So
this Sunday.
we're shuffling the dates around, yes.
I motion that we approve the cross-country trip to Omaha, Sunday, October 17th. 17th.
I'll say.
Aye.
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 Awesome. I thank you
Good,
guys
have
and thank you for everything else that you guys do. I appreciate it. What's
Make
that?
us some amazing pizza.
I will.
I think
I was gonna say the food and things like that are.
I think you can go back to the Boy Scouts if you
You're here.
want.
Don, are you in there from the Boy Scouts?
Boy Scouts.
We skipped over them, so.
I do apologize for our tardiness.
Good evening.
Good evening, I'm Zachary Mundy, I'm the district executive for the Boy Scouts in this area of the Kansas. Today we're here to talk about asking for access to schools such as information distribution, flyers in the classrooms, and access to do classroom visits once we're in a time where it's healthy and safe to do so. I wanted to kind of go over the basic things that scouting kind of helps with. We see in our families that kids who started scouting that had a little trouble in school have been showing better grades and behavior as well. Kids that are more troubled, we find that after a year or two that their behavior starts to improve drastically, even after they've reached that point where they've really developed as a person and developed their personality. Activities that we provide, STEM scouting, STEM activities that schools really enjoy and parents really like having their kids access to. Big portion of our activities and our advancements. So we're continuing their education outside of school in a fun and proactive way. Other activities and experiences that they might get are things that they may not be able to do at home or through school. Some of our kids may not have access to horseback riding or video game development or archery and that type of stuff. And we give them an outlet to do these in a safe environment, but also a creative way that kind of keeps their mind working and also informs them about those topics. So one of the big concerns right now is, for a lot of our areas, is COVID. I can proudly say that since the beginning of this, we've had many activities with 500-600 plus people, and we have kept our cases to 0 throughout the entire time through any scouting related activity. And that's, to us, is a huge thing. We've been staying safe, following gate safety guidelines, making sure our units are, and because of that, our hard work is showing. I wanted to go through it pretty quickly, in case there's any pressing questions that I might be able to answer, concerns that there might be for scouting and having scouting in the schools.
I guess I'm just curious, when you talked about, when we get out of the COVID situation and you come in and talk to classrooms, what does that look like? I'm not used to seeing that from outside organizations.
So seeing like classroom talks and those type of things, they're typically 2 to 3 minutes. We just want a representative, either I or a leader in the area, coming in the classroom either as a big group coming together, K through 5, maybe have an assembly in the morning right before school starts, or
To let them know about scouting.
yeah, to let them know about
I
it and
think
kind
it's
of get them hyped up about it, asking them, raise their hands, who likes this activity, who likes this activity. It takes a couple minutes, we give flyers to teachers.
So as more of an
and
interest, not
Yeah.
a,
more of an interest thing. It does change a little bit once we get to the high school level, but we generally, in that case, will do flyers, and then when they have information and questions, they'll come to the center at night.
And do you do this at other schools right now?
Yes. I do it I've done it in the last 2 weeks, Linden, Lebo, Burlington, Leroy Gridley, those type of schools, in those areas, I've been doing it there, and I've been doing them for the last 3-4 weeks. I've been staying pretty busy doing so. But this is our preferred and most standard practices. It's a great way to get the kids excited so they can go home and, Mom, Dad, we wanna go to this on Thursday. Mom, we wanna go to this on tonight, we have a sign up. And that's our preferred method of doing it to begin with.
I think I recall when my sons were young, getting information through the school about scouting. I guess did something change? I guess I'm kind of confused at what's.
I've only been in this position for about a year and a half. From my understanding, we haven't been able to do the school type talks in a while due to a multitude of concerns.
Okay,
But I do not have information on why that is the case.
I wanna clarify that.
okay, thank you.
I don't mind if they come into the elementary school before school, perfect idea. Because we do a lot of things, assemblies, that kind of thing, very first thing in the morning from 7:35 to 8:05. I'm hesitant about coming into the classrooms because we did this, my first year here at Osage City Elementary School, we had the Girl Scouts come in and the talks were not 2 to 3 minutes. And
It
so
was
then
chaos.
my staff said, that was way too much time, we do not want people coming into the school during school time. But before school was terrific. One thing I did say, and I did put this in the paper too, that we always have our back to school night, which is a great way to host Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, any other organization out there, and it was in the paper. Let me know if you need a table to set up, that kind of thing, because we would always invite the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts to be a part of our back to school night. But yes, coming in before school is a great way of hosting your organization. 4-H just did that today.
It's actually half the schools I've done with prefer me to come in about 10-15 minutes before school. They just ask parents to bring the kids a little early that day. And that is one way we've done that.
I was good, thank you very much.
Are you in contact with our local chapter?
for the scouting.
For Osage City, yeah. 'Cause
Yes, we actually have our leader and actually some of our scouts right over
Oh,
here.
sorry.
Sitting in on
the
meeting
pillar and
tonight.
all that. Cool.
Okay. I was like, I don't know if we need a
We
motion
need a
for
motion
that, I
on
mean,
any of that,
if you're
or just have
comfortable.
contact.
Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with that, you just need to call me, and I would just not want you to come in during school time.
That makes
Before
sense.
school, 7:35 to 8:05 is a perfect time for that, yes. Awesome.
I don't think we need a motion, I think just contact Dina, get her contact information and let her know when you wanna do it.
Thank you so much
Okay.
for letting me speak today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Spanish Club.
I just want to introduce myself. I'm Kimba McCartney, the new Spanish teacher. I want to say I love it here so far. It's been, after 31 years, the 32nd has been the best experience so far that I've had in my teaching career. I've been made to feel really welcome. Everyone has been super helpful with me in anything I've needed. And now some of my students from the Spanish Club have something to present to you.
Star students.
Of course.
Okay, I'm Greta, I'm a junior.
I'm Landon, I'm a sophomore.
I'm Campbell, I'm a sophomore. I'm Kate, I'm a junior. Okay, so I'll be presenting. Start shaking, don't mind me. Also, we just came from practice, so this is why we look like what we do. So, one day in class, Mrs. McCartney this was like a few weeks ago, she was telling us how she went to Mexico in high school for a Spanish trip. And like, she said it was like really educational and she learned a lot and it was just a great experience. And so like, we were all talking and we're like, well, I mean, you obviously want to go on a trip, like that would be so cool. And like, it'd be a cool experience, like, and we could spend it with our class and just like have a good time. So we looked at EF Tours, which is a tour site. It stands for Education First. And we basically like, we're just looking through all the tours they offered and we were really interested in this one. It goes to Europe and it's 3 cities. Madrid, Rome, and Paris. We would do it over spring break of 2023, so it'd be my senior year. And we talked to Mr. Hewitt about it, and he recommended like we come talk to you and just like inform you and like just see like what you guys think about the trip. Because, I mean, Osage, we don't go on a lot of trips except for band, but like I think like this would open up an opportunity for more kids to go on a trip and more kids to get like involved in like Spanish club and different clubs. So we were looked more into this tour site, and it would be like around $3,000, $4,000. It'd be a pretty big chunk of money, but we would do fundraising, and that's why we like want to come talk to you, just so like if you saw us doing fundraising Spanish Club, like you would like understand why we were doing it, and we would also do like individual fundraisings like for ourselves. So I'm gonna read a little bit about EF Tours. So it was founded in 1965. It has earned the World Travel and Tourism Council's Safety Travel Stamp, which is the world's first ever global safety and hygiene stamp for travel and tourism. It's designed specifically to address COVID-19 and similar outbreaks. So, if you guys have any questions or like have anything to ask, go ahead. And we also have a paper like if you want like some information about it too.
Can you pass it out? Yeah, sure, that'd be great.
I think they're taking copies.
Don't trip, don't trip. Oh, okay. I know. Thanks, Landon.
Okay, so I have to understand this, so it's Spanish Club,
Yes.
and you guys are picking a location that is, if I wrote this down right, Madrid, Rome, and Paris?
Yes.
So that's 3 different languages.
Yes.
So I'm curious why there versus maybe a place or multiple locations that would be Spanish the entire time.
So we like looked into Madrid and like what we were thinking, like if we're gonna spend like like a lot of money and we're gonna go like to Europe, we might as well like see everything. And it still would be educational and we would still like get that Spanish experience, but we'd also get to experience like other cultures too. So that's why
My
we chose this.
when this first originally came up, I thought, oh, I could take them to Mexico, because for years, the trip that I took my sophomore year was always offered by this company. It was the exact same trip year after year. So when I first went in, I looked to take them just to Mexico, but travel in Mexico I know is very dangerous, and they don't even offer the Mexico tours anymore. So that's why we hopped over to Europe and We went from there.
I can tell you that when I was in high school, I took French to go to Paris. They went every other year. And I took it 2 years, because the second year was the year they went. And I am the worst French speaking person I've ever met, but I think you guys are a little more involved and I appreciate it, so don't take my advice. But I would say the only thing different was it was purely student paid for, it wasn't another fundraiser, because there's obviously so many things, fundraising, that's just the one. And then obviously, as a student, you could fundraise however you wanted, it's just, I'm not even against it, I'm just saying there's a lot of fundraising, it seems like everywhere you go, there's this fund, so, but.
Well, like, here's one of the fundraising ideas we thought of. So, like our fall break, like the 29th and 30th, we talked about maybe doing a drive-in movie, because we know there's a lot of like cheer and dance do a lot of fundraising, and like we're always selling stuff. So this would be like a free will donation, and like they could come in and they can bring their kids. We'd play like a kid movie, but something like teenagers like too, and we would like sell concessions. Just something like new that like our school
That's
really
awesome.
doesn't put on
No.
a lot.
Yeah, and I didn't want you to think I was against the fundraising,
Yeah.
it's just, we have to be
Right.
new and different, but anyway, so personally, I'm very a fan, it was it's life changing, and it was awesome.
When I look at this, it shows $37.85 is the program price, and they allow you to pay 17 monthly payments, like before you go, I'm assuming.
The very last
Kinda
page
unique.
shows there's 3 different ways they can pay. A person can either pay in full up front, or they can pay, it's like the enrollment fee now, and
Oh, I
then in
see,
30
the
days
last
it's
payment.
500, and it's kind of spread out, or there's a monthly payment plan, kind of like a car payment.
Oh, okay, awesome.
And so the sooner we can get this started, the more months they have to be able to spread that out. That's why we're planning so far ahead.
I know, right now, I know there's the rule, I would hope the rules would be totally different than they are now, and this is 23 you're talking about?
Yes.
So what happens on COVID if they don't do something there and it's still in a lockdown like they are?
So to go on the trip, you would need your COVID vaccine, and you would have to have a negative COVID test. I think it's 72 hours before you leave, and you'd have to get one like when you're like if you were in Rome, like before you leave.
You have to get it before you go to each country.
So
And she
what
knows
hap-
that because her mom and his mom
Right,
just went
so if
there.
somebody ends up positive, do they get left behind?
Well, that's what Kaiten asked the other day. I don't know the answer to that right now, but I'm sure as an educational tour company, they have a plan. I just don't, I haven't contacted them yet because we wanted to do this first.
So that would be a good outstanding question,
Right.
and then
Yeah, I
and
definitely
then I'm
know
also
that.
assuming if they go on lockdown, which you might have been alluding to this as well, and they say, oh,
Do they
well,
all get left?
we're not accepting travel from the US in March of 2023, is this something you guys get your money back?
I am
would
sure
think
they
yes.
would get their money.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just- I
yeah,
mean, that's something I would wanna know.
right.
So it says a tour director is just with your group, is your group with a couple of other groups?
Probably so. I know, I couldn't find anything on there looking now, but years ago, it was like if you didn't have 30 in your group, you would get teamed up with other groups. So I'm assuming that's probably, I couldn't find that exact number this time, but I did, when I was going to print these the other day, I did see something that says you will be with other groups, blah, blah, blah. But that's just like on the actual tours, like, I mean, we would probably all go eat together too, but like we would be here, they would be there, you know, like, yeah.
What's the number of kids interested?
Well, initially, which this is why I've never actually taken one, because when you first introduce it, yeah, I had 44 kids do this. And so I figured maybe a fourth of that. Right now, of kids that have said they've gone home, talked to mom and dad, and parents have been pretty supportive, I think I'm at 12 or 13.
And every 6 kids we get a free chaperone, so we get to take adults with us.
And if someone's parents like want to go, like Campbell's mom said she'd be willing like to go help chaperone. I mean, obviously like we wouldn't want to go.
Like it's
to Europe.
Yeah,
Hey,
some of the parents said, yeah, you can go, but I'm going with you, like,
Yeah.
they're not, yeah.
Okay, do we know yet, is this happening during school days versus?
It will be on spring break, a Saturday to a Sunday of spring break, unless there's like travel delay, like flight delays or something like that. But yes, it should not be on school days.
How quickly can we get the other information on what happens in a quarantine episode or something,
I
something like that?
just try to get in contact tomorrow.
Hopefully the rules are changed by then and we don't have to take tests to get in and out and
I
stuff.
agree.
I like that positive action.
But you're talking 2023.
Yeah,
Right.
sorry.
Two
Long ways
spring
down the
breaks,
road,
Like, it's my
yeah.
senior year.
We didn't
2
think
weeks
we'd
from
be
now.
talking
Well,
about
we
COVID
didn't
this
think
year.
we'd still be
Right.
talking about it,
Later
but we
than
are.
that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though, it changes every day.
Every day, yeah.
I'd feel bad if we got 14, 13, whatever kids stuck in Europe for 14 days because they had a positive test.
Take your
I
Chromebook.
think we'd have some parents that wouldn't be very happy. I mean, that's the thing, that's why I asked that question, is there a way to get you guys out of there if that was to happen? And again, hopefully, we're not talking about this then, but
Right.
right now it's a fact, so.
I'd say for like how big a like EF Tours is, I would say they have to have like some plan, like in case it happens, considering that is like such a big thing now. Like I feel like they have to have a plan and we can get in contact with them.
Well, and she mentioned, they did just get this award for their hygiene protocols as far as COVID-19. I mean, it was specifically for COVID-19.
Right.
Are they currently going on these trips this year, do you know, or
I'm assuming, I do not know for sure.
I didn't know if this
Yeah.
was something that they were starting up after,
Right.
you know?
I mean, there's nothing on the website that says, starting January 1 of 2022, we're resuming, or,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, nothing like that,
I was
so.
just curious,
Right.
yeah.
Isn't
Right.
the band using EF? I can't remember, but
Where's the band going?
it's a Dallas, we approved it, well, I'm sitting in Dallas. I
They're
we were
staying
using it
inside
for-
the country,
but
so.
yeah, right. Okay.
I love the idea, I really do. And I'm already thinking like, hey, if this all goes and you come back, like, I would love a presentation too. Of, you know, like what you learned or what you experienced or, cause that would also be cool to show. Like maybe other kids that you decided not to go, but then you have to come our
Well, I think it has.
It'd be an all-school assembly.
Yeah, yeah.
Kids might be more interested in continuing their Spanish education if they know,
Right.
like a young Kelly Lukey in 1992 who wanted to take French, so she moved to Paris.
And that's like we're hoping it will get like kids more involved in like their club activities and stuff too.
I think you have our support, I think, I mean,
I don't know
know
what
why-
I mean, if those questions are answered, I got no problem with it.
do you have any
I
concerns,
mean,
Jordan?
you can Google
I
the
mean, Tony.
website and it has a lot of the information already on there. Has like COVID-19 updates essentially. So at the very top, it says the safety and well-being of travelers remains our top priority. And then it says health and safety on tour, you can click, and then COVID update, you can click. And I mean,
Show current trips going.
I would imagine if they've been around since, for that long,
56 years, I think.
they have a process. And to me, if the parent is willing to send their child over there, knowing the risks that could happen, if they have to stay, I mean,
Is there a waiver form to sign, Troy?
Okay.
Or would there be a waiver form?
I've never
We'll
had,
make one.
I have honestly never been through this, so
I think there's probably one that we can
Surely.
get, yeah.
surely,
I'm sure the travel company has.
I'm
I
guessing they have
believe the
some.
travel company has them.
I've
This
never
is a
had
high
anybody
school
go out of
trip.
country before.
Yes,
Strictly
it's-
high school.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, high school and older,
School,
like,
Oh, okay.
not younger, but
So-
like if
so-
you guys wanna go,
Sure.
sign up.
My question would be, I think, we would need to put some strict, students that are eligible to go are ones that are freshmen in the school year 21, 22 and older.
Older.
So you don't have, you know, the 7th and 8th grade, you know, there
Right.
has to be a time.
That's what they
And if-
had
and if it
asked,
goes
will
well-
upcoming freshmen be allowed? And I was like, probably not, because,
So I think that's something that we probably just need to make a hard, fast rule, so there's no
Right.
like, but wait, I'm a I mean, plus you're a
Wishy-washy,
little more
yeah.
mature between your freshman year and your sophomore, I mean, and then if it is, becomes an awesome thing, then it can maybe be an every other year
right,
something that the kids can look forward to and know that these are the years we're going,
build up,
and
yeah.
it can
So
build up.
this would be like.
Sounds like a
junior,
Spanish
senior
club
class.
handbook to me.
Is
It would
that
be,
correct?
you would have to at minimum be a sophomore. Like
Right.
if freshmen this year are eligible, they would be a sophomore next year.
Right,
that'd be their junior year, they'd go.
No, it'd be their
then
sophomore
year.
So it's next year's the trip, or?
Yeah,
Not this
I got
coming spring break,
confused.
but
But
the
like a year
next
ago.
one, yeah.
I'm not sure, I'm not trying to make the rules, I'm just thinking
No,
we
no,
should
no,
have.
no, that sounds great to me,
That is, I think.
because that you do need a cutoff.
Yeah. What were we gonna say, Kate?
That is, I think, what we decided, like current freshmen are the youngest that we're gonna let come, and then if there are seniors that wanna come after they graduate, they can come too.
Since this is a special
Right.
time,
Right,
a special version,
right.
but then. in
Cause most of the
special
ones
years,
that
they
are
don't.
parents said, okay, they are seniors.
And like seniors are gonna help cause we have a Spanish club meeting tomorrow and some seniors are gonna be our officers and stuff, so they'll help us do fundraising. And so we talked about them fundraising with us until they graduate, and then after they graduate, they can fundraise individually if they wanna go.
They're on their own.
So if you do all this and your fundraising comes up short, what happens?
Then you will be responsible for paying the rest on your own.
They know that they're not expecting to raise massive amounts of money. They're just trying to put a very small dent in the,
So
and that
parents
price
know
that's
that they-
there, that fluctuates. Like when we first started talking about this, it was $47.10 leaving out of Kansas City. And 2 weeks later, I went in and it was already up to, did I say 47? I meant 37. $37.10.
or something.
And when I went a couple weeks later out of Kansas City, it was already up to 49 something. So then I hit in Wichita, cause it was only 20 minutes farther to drive there. And it went back to 47.85, so the sooner they can get their locked in price,
37.5.
whatever I'm saying, you know.
Yeah, it goes up.
It just is fluctuating and I'm worried that it's gonna go up a lot.
So, Mr. Hutton, Mr. Huger, any concerns?
Well, I think when I
What
talk to
was
the
the
kids, it's the fundraising part. I mean, like Kelly said, we fundraise a lot, but I think what they're talking about is new and different. They're gonna do things that aren't going to probably interfere with other fundraisers that's already existing. Like they're not gonna go out and sell cookie dough because the middle school does that, or, so I think that's gonna help them pay for it, but I don't think they're gonna be able to raise $3,700 selling cookies or movie tickets or.
So they understand that you
Yes,
guys
we
already
all-
know that the onus is on personal more.
So there's no contract that has to be signed between the school?
No,
The contract is
It's all-
signed between anybody or just, they just take it
The
that at some
parents.
point in time it'll be done?
I mean, really, it's a school club that's going, but it's individuals. But I did not want them to be raising funds with Osage City Spanish Club without you guys having some
Right.
knowledge.
My concern would be whatever waiver or information that comes with the company, there's gotta be parental waivers.
I'm pretty sure, just thinking back on when I went, or maybe it's actually been when I've tried to take other groups and we actually did get the paperwork in, and I remember seeing them.
It's the same waivers the
That was a
band
long
trip
time
has to
ago.
do.
Yeah.
Mrs. Tice used to take kids out to Washington DC. They had waivers, so I'm sure it's all
Yeah,
prepackaged.
So the question, or what Kelly and I was just talking about was if we made a motion to approve they're able to do this with the caveat that you see the waiver that protects the school, and as long as you're good with that, we're good with it. Is everybody, I mean, if that's,
I second,
I'm making sure I got that the way you want it, so
I second,
all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. I feel like
Thanks,
mine
guys.
just
You don't
went-
get a vote.
Thank you so much.
Good luck, yeah.
Thank you, good luck. Advanced biology.
Okay, well, kind of along the same similar lines, but I might have some of those answers you're asking. I just didn't know if it was okay to be like, I think I know. So ask them again, because I might have the answer, and I'll pass it on to her if it applies. First of all, I'm Chandra Dunbar, and I haven't had the chance to stand before you, and thank you for bringing me on board. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to join the district. I've loved every minute of it over here. Since I subbed way back, I'm sure it was only 2 or 3 years ago, not 20, but whatever. So I'm really enjoying myself. And a little bit, I think I know all of you, but maybe you don't know all of my background. You've known me as a teacher. What I actually started out as was a field ecologist. So I actually started out in the field as a scientist, working in ecology, which is really understanding how living and non-living things work together in their environment. Decided I wanted a family, and living in the backcountry, hiking and backpacking with babies is really not very conducive. So decided to become a teacher, and ever since I became a teacher, I've had a dream of figuring out a way to get students the experiences that I had as a student. I started in college doing different field opportunities. I went to Utah, worked with marmots, not Mormons. There's a funny backstory there that I can tell you sometime. Marmots, they let you do things with marmots. You can study things with marmots that you can't study with Mormons. So there was a little confusion one day, but we got it straightened out. Worked in Panama with trees, worked in Wisconsin with wolves, had some really great experiences that enhanced my own education. And so one of my goals was to figure out a way to get students as soon as possible out into the field, kind of exactly like the Spanish Club was talking about. And so when I came over here, I made it one of my goals to figure out how to make that happen. And it just so happened that last March, I found a group called Ecology Project International. And Ecology Project International is, actually, I'll just go ahead and show you here. I know you can't see, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
This is the field station. Some of you know I went this summer to Costa Rica as part of one of their projects. This is the field station I was at. It's in the rainforest in Costa Rica on the Caribbean side. It's called Core Reserve. And the only way to get there is about a 4-hour drive from where I stayed, back through some banana plantations onto a little fishing boat through crocodile-infested waters, to a little quasi-island that's the actual reserve. So it's really cool. You get back there, you don't have any electricity, you don't have any hot water. The bathroom is like the outhouse that you're basically chatting over the guy next, the wall next to the guy with you, So it's pretty primitive, but it is an amazing experience right in the middle of the rainforest. And so that's the reserve. Ecology Project International is actually a nonprofit that was founded in 2001. And their whole mission, when I found them, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't have to reinvent the wheel. Somebody's already doing it. What they have is they have actual scientific research projects so conservation projects mostly, that then one of the biggest things we know about conservation is if we don't educate people, the conservation efforts are useless. So if I don't educate you why it's important to save these leatherback turtles, they're gonna just keep poaching the eggs. They're gonna keep coming in and killing the turtles. So they have actual research conservation projects. They work with teams of scientists, but then they bring in teachers and they teach us how to teach these concepts in our classrooms. And then they bring in students and they give students the hands-on experience also. So we're educating on a lot of different levels while we're also doing the research. One of the things that I love about them, their mission then is to inspire youth with nature and help them to become global citizens with a lot of environmental literacy, being able to understand, it goes beyond the classroom. In our current elections, we'd see one candidate back in the EPA, one candidate wanting to defund the EPA, and if you don't know the science, both of them sound like they've got really good points. How do you decide? So it's how we educate ourselves when we're out there in the field and we work with these things that we start to understand what it means to be a global citizen. And that's what I want for my students. So they have several field sites. The one I went to is in Costa Rica. They have one in Yellowstone, Mexico. My dream one is in the Galapagos Islands. I think that would be amazing to go to. They actually have several in Mexico. I believe there's one in Canada. And so I thought, before I take students anywhere, I want to go there first and make sure that it's, a legit program, it's actually really good. And so I went this summer, paid for it out of my own pocket and went. And just so you can get a little bit of an idea of what I did here, I've got this is actually their promotional video because, so the project in Costa Rica is actually working with leatherback turtles. I don't know, who's the tallest guy? Mike, are you the tallest guy in here maybe?
I say Tim, but
How tall are you?
6'4".
6'4". Okay, so imagine Mr. Reeman with about another, a third or fourth grader standing on his shoulders, okay? Leatherback turtles can get about that long. They're about 2,000-pound turtle, so they're a big, big, big turtle. And they come up at night onto the beaches to nest. Pequori Reserve is about 4 kilometers, the beachfront's about 4 kilometers long. And they come up during that area and they nest there, and they have this really cool ritual that they go through. But I show you this video because we were not allowed to video ourselves out there because it happens at night and we can't have any light. Because the light confuses the turtles and scares them and they'll go back in the ocean and not nest. And the thing with the leatherbacks is they're actually critically endangered. Out of each mama will lay about 120 eggs, and out of those, only 1 out of 1,000 babies will actually make it to adulthood. So we don't want to do anything to disrupt them and keep them from not laying. So we had to use red lights very minimally. But I wasn't allowed to video any of the really cool stuff I did, but they do with their promotional videos. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this for you so you can kind of see the experience. And I'll kind of walk you through it a little bit as we go. There's not a lot of talking in it. Lots of capuchin monkeys. These guys were right outside our breakfast hall in the mornings. This is the canal that we had to go through. There's the boat. Don't stick your hands over the edge. There's crocodiles in that water. That's the beachfront at Pequori that we walked every night. We do beach patrols. This is the leatherback mama laying, and you can see they're excavating her eggs. So one of the biggest things is poachers. We have a lot of poachers come along that eat turtle eggs. So we catch the eggs as she's laying them, we move them and we put them in a nursery, and then about 65 days later they hatch, and we get to actually process the hatchlings. Of course, we're in the rainforest, so a lot of great diversity. That's the little hatchling. This is the dining hall there at Pequori. Every day there's classes for the students, so they're actually going to be in class learning as they go. There's a lot of different group activities we did. We had to build a sea turtle, so we got an idea of how big it was. Classrooms right there on the beach, Caribbean Ocean. So again, Mama Turtle's laying.
The Costa Rica program is Leatherback Sea Turtle Ecology. The students travel to the Caribbean coast where they're working alongside sea turtle biologists and researchers. They'll patrol the beaches at night, collecting data on this critically endangered animal.
So this is what the students actually get to do.
So this is real hands-on research.
This is excavating the nest, so the second part of what we do is process the hatchlings, help the hatchlings get back out to the ocean. I think they look like little marines, like little ships.
Really amazing country. It's one of the most biodiverse areas in the world. The students get this amazing opportunity to get a really broad picture of the country as a whole. So they'll be on the Caribbean coast learning about coastal ecology, and they'll have a chance to have one of the many rainforest research stations.
So the student, I was at Pequori the whole time. The student experience is actually 9 days long, and they go to 3 or 4 different research stations there throughout. They work with jaguars, they work with felines. So one of the things, I'll give you this one here. This is the actual full brochure, and it's got a little bit about, can I just pass them to you? It's got a little bit about EPI in general in that one, and then that one's more specific to Costa Rica. So my idea is that I would like to start a program where students can, I don't know that fundraising, actually what I'm looking at is there's a lot of travel grants for students, scholarship opportunities for students. I'm actually leaning a little bit more towards researching that way for some of the same reasons that you guys just brought up with fundraising. We fundraise a lot around here. I'm not saying that we wouldn't do fundraising, but I am saying I wanna look at other modes of raising money for the kids before we go down the fundraising route. The first couple years that I wanna do this, I think are gonna look a little different than ultimately what I wanna build it into. The first couple years, all I have to have is I have to have 6 kids to make a course. And I can have, it depends on where we go as to the max that I can have. With 6 kids, the chaperone is paid. With 12 kids, 2 chaperones are paid. So they like to keep it at about a 1-to-6 ratio with the kids and the chaperone. So I'm pretty reasonably certain that I can get 6 in the first year that would be willing to kind of pay out of pocket, because Costa Rica is actually not what I'm looking at for the first year. And here's why. That's me in the rainforest. Looking all adventure junk. So I told you the one sea turtle that makes it, the 1 in 1,000. This is a sea turtle I actually got to release back into the ocean, and as far as I'm concerned, this little dude is the one, okay? So he made it, and don't try to tell me otherwise or I'll cry. I became very attached to him. I got to measure him and hold him, and then we released him out into the ocean. So it's really kind of a cool process how they release. But my goals for this is to, I want to engage students in real world research projects. The NGSS, our Next Generation Science Standards, are basically inquiry based. It's give the kids a problem, give them the tools to solve the problem, and get out of their way and let them solve the problem. That's what we do in the real world, right? So it's very inquiry based, and so I want to give them real world research experience in order to be able to do that. And then I want to be able to connect what I'm teaching them in the classroom with their ability to apply it to those problems out in the world. That's how we make our kids marketable. That's how we make them global citizens so that they understand the things that they're seeing. And then, I mean, let's face it, guys, we live in the middle of Kansas, and the opportunities for them. When I was teaching in Burlingame, I had some kids that had never been further than Topeka. And so their view of what the world was very small. And I want to be able to enhance their overall high school experience and also be able to kind of broaden that world for them. So my plan for this is year 1, we actually would not look at Costa Rica. And the reason for that is the turtle nesting season, when the mama turtles are coming up, is really from about March through June. When I was there in July, I walked a lot of miles up and down that beach in the middle of the night wearing full black, and I never saw a mama turtle because I was too late in the season. I only got to deal with the hatchlings. Still an amazing experience, but I would love for the kids to be able to see that mama turtle. And so I want to go in May, at the end of, after school's out. I'm going to take them maybe like the week after school is out. We head to Costa Rica. Problem with doing that this year is that in order to do that, they would have, I think if we went this year, they would have to pay the full price by February. And that's just not a reasonable amount of time for them to raise money. So I asked them for alternatives. What could we do? What other sites do you have that we could go to this year that would be a little bit more manageable? And one of the sites is actually in Yellowstone. Been to Yellowstone many times. My sister lives 50 miles from there. Great place. And it's a little bit more manageable. So they've actually built us a course. It's on hold, so we can say no. But it's August 2nd through the 10th right now. It's a 9-day course. And if we do that, what I will do if you guys give your approval is in the next week or 2, I'll have a parent meeting where just anybody who's interested in getting any information about these trips can come. We'll talk about it. Ultimately, I want to start a science club, and I want to kind of roll it into that and make it be a part of that, but we're not quite there yet. So really, this is just going to be if parents want to come. And then between September and December this month, or this year, they would pay a $250 enrollment deposit. So that's all we'd need to raise before December of this year. And then by February, they pay a $750 tuition deposit. And then by July, they actually have till July to pay their course in full. And then we go on course in August. I'm not going to play you the Yellowstone video because I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I've got it. If anybody wants to see it, I can email it to you. In Yellowstone, this is the course for Yellowstone, the sample itinerary. You actually go into Bozeman, Montana, and then you spend days 2 through 6, you're doing wildlife tracking, data collection, you're working with the bison. A lot of their program is with the bison, but you do spend at least 1, if not 2 whole days in the Lamar Valley working with the wolves, which is, I've done wolf research, is an amazing experience. And then they get to do some geology also, so it's not just biology. They're gonna, I mean, Yellowstone is the mecca of geological research, you know, it doesn't get any better than that. So I wanna start out with Yellowstone, just to kind of get some interest going. And then, that one's gonna be about $21.95. Airfare's not included in that price. They said they can arrange the airfare for us for about $700 per student. But I talked with Charity at Cruise Planners, and Charity's like, yeah, no, I can get you better than that, and I'm sure she can. So what I would probably do is talk with the parents. We could drive it. I mean, I've driven that drive many times, save that bunch of money, but at some point, you know, you gotta trade off cost, hotel, food versus just flying there and get there. So we just see what Charity could come up with. But that would be $21.95 for that one.
Is that one you're talking about being able to pay for with some grant money too, maybe?
I'm looking into scholarships and grants, yeah, and I've got a line on a couple of them, and actually EPI, I think offers some scholarships for students. I just have to write some goals and stuff like that up. So then my idea, we actually did start Yellowstone, sorry about that. My idea then is to use Yellowstone, like I said, I only gotta get 6 kids to be interested in. Right now, I haven't really spread it out there much because I didn't want you guys to hear about it and be like, what is that crazy science teacher doing? But just amongst friends that I have talked to, I have, I think, 3 students pretty much interested, plus one of my own, so that's 4, that I think would be interested. So pretty close to at the 6. And those are parents that I think are willing to just be like, you know what, this is a great experience for my kid, I wanna just pay it. So I don't even think we'd have to do a lot of fundraising for Yellowstone. Then what I would like to do is 2023, I wanna look at Costa Rica. And so kids could either go on Yellowstone, they could go on Costa Rica. If they wanted to go on both, they could go on both. These are outside of school time, so we're not gonna be taking them away from school. Except for that August 10th, I don't know what the first day of school is next year. We might be bumping up into the first day of school, I'm not 100% certain of that. But in that case, we would get them enrollment, same kind of thing, except for they would pay their $250 enrollment just to show their interest by this December. But then they wouldn't have to pay their $750 tuition deposit till the following December. And then their full course payment would be due March of 2023, and then in May we would go on course. And that cost is $35.95, but that does include airfare. And EPI is amazing. Your question about waivers, I signed 14 pieces of paper, and I'm not kidding, 14 pieces of paper when I went to Costa Rica, acknowledging there were about 1.5 million ways that I would die in the jungle, and I wasn't gonna sue them if I did, okay? So every possible waiver you can think of, I signed. I signed waivers for things I didn't even get to do, like zip lining, just in case. Whitewater rafting, just in case, you know, so they have you sign waivers for everything. I also signed a COVID waiver. One of the things that they encouraged was that we purchase travel insurance on top of this. So to your COVID question, travel insurance, if you buy the right travel insurance, has some wordage in there for COVID that if things get canceled because of pandemic, yes, you get it refunded. Costa Rica actually requires you to carry a certain amount of insurance. I had to carry an additional medical waiver that basically got to your point of what happened if I tested positive while I was there, that paid for 14 days, I think it was 14 days plus medical care or whatever, in an approved hotel that they have screened and approved for the kids, and so we know it's a safe place for the kids to be. At that point, I think it's parents acknowledging that we live in a world of COVID, and if they're gonna send their kid, they might get to fly down to Costa Rica and spend 14 days in this approved place if they don't want them there. Cause, you know, we're probably not gonna send the other 5 students home by themselves. So, but EPI does have things worked out for that. They have representatives there, they have field instructors there. In the one packet I sent you I gave you for Costa Rica there, that first one talks about all of their medical stuff and how well they do. My idea with this then is one of the requirements of going on this trip is when you come back, you do an education piece in the community, whether that be at the school, whether that be in the community in some way, whether that be you go down to the elementary classrooms and you do a presentation for the elementary, but something to pay it forward and pass on that knowledge that they have learned. So to use what they've done. So I think the agenda said that I was asking for fundraising approval. I don't know that I'm really asking. I mean, I guess there would be fundraising at some point probably. I'm pretty good about fundraising. I never do cookie sales, donut sales. Well, I do donut sales every now and then because I like a good donut. But those things other than that, I usually do the event things of some sort.
So if they pay their 2 deposits, which is $1,000, and something was to happen, do they lose that $1,000?
No, they get it
can't
back.
get okay.
They get it back. That's part of the travel insurance.
So they have to have travel insurance to do that. If they don't have travel insurance.
Well, up until a certain point, no, if they, even without the travel insurance, they would get that deposit back if they're not able to go. The travel insurance extends that amount of time that they get that back. And one of the things when I was out at Burlingame, I did senior trips down to Florida. I've actually got a packet of waivers that are local waivers that we developed that the state attorneys that I assume you guys probably use the same ones, looked at those waivers and approved them, and we've been taking kids to Florida. I mean, I've done 2 senior trips down there on those waivers. So on top of all of EPI's packet of waivers, I've got a whole nother packet of waivers too. So we can waiver them to death if we need to. So that's kind of where I'm at.
I think it sounds like an awesome opportunity.
Is this something you would be open to doing every other year versus every year?
I think ultimately, I'd like to do the back-to-back this year or this next couple years, just because we wanna get a little momentum going. And Yellowstone being a domestic is a little bit different. Once we start doing the international, then yes, I do think it would be every other year. And what I would like to do is on the off year, so I just found out that they just put in a teacher workshop for Baja, Mexico, and it's actually you'd be snorkeling with whales. And so I actually would like to do that teacher workshop this year. That way I've been at that field site, and then not the following year after this one, but the year after that, then I would take kids to that one. So I always wanna go to the field site first, and the good thing is they do professional development for teachers. And one of the reasons I like this group is because this group, their professional development is 100% aligned with NGSS. I worked more with the standards while I was there this summer than I've worked at the standards ever. I mean, everything we did was developing. I'm still teaching lessons in my classroom. I taught one today that I developed in the jungle this summer that's perfectly aligned with the standards. So that's one of the reasons that I really, really like them. So yes, ultimately it would be every other year. And then on the off year, I would visit a different site to get ready for it.
I think it's wonderful.
Anything else you need from me?
For that.
I don't think so.
Probably then in the next couple weeks, I will set up a parent meeting to get some information out to parents. All right, well, thank you for your time,
Thank
guys,
you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'll get this out of your way. Do you need the studio?
No, you can just take your computer and it'll go to sleep.
Okay, so I'll just put it to sleep.
Yeah, you can go that direction.
Is that what you want to do
Yeah.
Treasurer's report.
Okay, treasurer's report, we're back. Just a few items, we've got some money coming in, general on 9/3, 367, 828. And the general from the state. Go over to supplemental general on 9/21. We got some county money for supplemental general and also some capital outlay money. If you go over to ESSER 2, that amount of money, some of that is sped money that's flow through and some of it is Davis Bacon wages, that 41,497. And that Davis-Bacon wages, if you remember, was part of
The ESSER funds.
that we had to do for the HVAC. You remember we did the HVAC kind of backwards on what they really wanted, so we went backwards on that. On the second page, we got some bond and interest money from the county on 9/21. And on gifts and grants, we'll talk about that, I'll prove that. That's from the preschool, Osage City Preschool that, when they shut down, they had that money. They were just kind of waiting to make sure that they had all of their bills paid, and then that money came. Cause we were giving them money for 3-year-olds. Payment of the bills. We got some, we ordered these quite some time ago, they just came in not too long ago, but you'll notice, white game jerseys, and red game jerseys, that's the junior high football, uniforms that were ordered this year. I think they did wear them last
Yes, they look very nice.
game, I believe.
What's the shorts? Are those basketball?
Red game shorts. Those are.
Underneath the jersey says white game jersey.
I think
red game
those are the
jersey.
pants, they
Are
must
those
just call them shorts.
Okay. I know it's the old set or not.
I
That's
don't
what-
know, I don't know that they're pants, so I think the pants are on the other. Those might be girls' basketball. So I think they came in too. High school girls. I don't think that, cause I think on another page we see the pants. Down towards the bottom, you'll see a Google Apps, that's part of our Google package that we have to run, apps on our, the laptop or the Chromebooks. Notice that. Mostly food and city bills and gas on the next page. Drug testing. Third page, there was a McElroy's bill. There's that Davis-Bacon wages. You'll see that was the part of that bill there, the other, on the treasurer's report. That's what the part of that was, Davis-Bacon wages.
Oh, there's the
There's the
football.
football,
Found the pants.
football pants are down the way a little bit,
And belts.
and belts. And they do look really nice. The kids look good in those.
So you think that other one was basketball?
I think
Yeah,
those
it's
are
girls'
basketball.
basketball,
Girls'
high school
Girls'
girls.
high school, right?
Yeah.
I know, they were looking at them the other day, I'm pretty sure that's what that was. Teal Plumbing down there, you see we had AC unit, Neil Elementary, some work. And then there's our second assessment to Three Lakes Co-op. Fourth page. You see that SR2 is that last amount. That money flows through us and flows to them. That's that other part of that 41,000.
What's that go to?
That goes to Three Lakes.
But for what?
I think they
Summer
are
program.
using it.
It's their,
That wasn't
it's
the,
their portion of
It's-
yes,
Yeah,
Oh, it
it-
just comes through us.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it comes
does.
through all the districts.
I was wanting to know if it was the bonuses that were.
Yeah, that might be. Yeah, it could be.
They don't
Ah, I
pay
gotcha.
directly, yeah.
Addendums.
three will go directly to them.
Gotcha. Oh,
But
okay.
the addendums and the amounts on the top will change once we get audited. But again, we're about 90% remaining on general fund, 96% remaining on supplemental. And I think I missed petty cash, 8884 for grade school and 3199 for middle school.
So before I do that motion, I would do the correspondence, we do the motion, we do the correspondence.
You can do correspondence and do it all at the same time.
So our correspondence, we skipped over that real quick, we did receive a letter to the board, and I'm assuming every board member got this. It says to Board Member Jay Bailey, President, Board Member Dave Williams, Board Member Kat Bellinger, Board Member Kelly Bowen, Board Member Brett Johnson, Board Member Corey Lenton, Board Member Mike Pitts, Superintendent Troy Hutton, Osage County Herald Chronicle, Osage County News, WIBW, KSNT, KVOE, the Emporia Gazette, the Ottawa Herald, Coffee County Republican, and the Topeka Capital Journal. reference school board position / conflict of interest. 1, checking to see when the school board position held by board member Brett Johnson will come open for replacement. As many of us in the voting precinct he is representing are aware that he and his wife have moved out of Osage City, Kansas and purchased a residence in Manhattan, Kansas. We're also aware that they have moved into the residence and are currently residing in said residence. Information can be reviewed by doing a public partial search on the Riley County website. And then number 2, are votes casted by board member Brett Johnson valid even though he's not living in the voting precinct? And number 3, many of us residents that live in USD 420 school district area have concerns and feel that it is a conflict of interest for Board President Jay Bailey to be on the school board and serve as an Osage County Commissioner. We feel that Jay Bailey should resign from at least one of the elected positions. How is it legal for Jay Bailey to serve as 2 elected positions? I'm submitting this letter anonymous because I have some intentions of wanting to fill the already should be open school board position. I don't want this letter to hurt my chances due to the fact that the position is voted on by current city board members. If you could address these questions during your live next monthly board meeting, I would appreciate it. If not, I hope the listed news sources would be willing to look into the above questions and press the issue, as I know all of you have known, that board member Johnson is no longer a citizen of Osage City, Kansas, and the conflict of interest that board president Bailey is causing USD 420. Sincerely, a school district resident. So Brett, I will let you have the floor if you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, I've just got a quick statement here I was gonna read. I would like to take a moment and assure anyone who might have been misinformed, I'm still a citizen of Osage City, Kansas. I still own the same property I bought in 2008. I still receive mail at this address. I'm still a registered voter in Osage County. I also own property in Manhattan, Kansas. I'm currently traveling between Osage City and Manhattan, working on both properties, with the intention of eventually selling one of them. Many citizens of Osage City are aware I've done this type of work for a rental property business in Osage City for the last 5 years. That being said, I feel it should come as no surprise that I'm continuing this work on my own. If or when one of my current properties is sold, I will then make adjustments accordingly. I hope this clears up any misinformation, including an anonymous letter that is circulating in and around the community of Osage City. And I signed it, sincerely, Brent Johnson, a school district resident. I've had several people inquire, and I just wanted to go ahead and put that out because I've heard misinformation myself that I've had to correct but anyway, if anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to talk to anybody in the community.
I'll make a little statement too. Mine's a little different. Under normal circumstances, I would not respond to an anonymous letter received. However, this letter was sent to several Board of Education members, administrators, and all the local news sources. I have been harassed for several months about the legality of being a county commissioner and a USD 420 school board member at the same time. The administration of 420 has contacted the county clerk in regards to this very question. The county clerk, along with the Attorney General's office, the Secretary of State's office, and the Osage City Councilor have made it perfectly clear to all parties that there is no conflict of interest between the 2 elected positions. And also, I believe Willie Prescott is here from the Attorney General's office to answer any questions regarding any of those. Rhonda said call her at her office, she'll be more than happy to answer those. So to answer any questions and stop the harassing nature of text, phone calls, emails, and letter writing, I will fulfill my obligations to the people of USD 420 and to the people of Osage County. I will also be running for re-election to the Board of Education in the November general election. To try and put an end to any more unnecessary questions, I will be doing an open records request tonight to obtain emails that have been issued by representatives of our school district and the Kansas Association of School Boards and other staff members regarding information on how to remove Board of Education members. Whoever this cowardly anonymous person is, if you'd like to clarify as to why you believe there's a conflict of interest, I would love to hear your concerns. If you have credible intentions of running for school board, I would suggest you file with the county clerk's office to run an election as everyone on the Board of Education. If you have information on election laws that our county clerk, county counselor, attorney general's office, or the Kansas Secretary of State's office doesn't have, I would be happy to pass it along. Every person sitting on this Board of Education has been duly elected to represent the people of Osage City USD 420. The harassment of duly elected officials need to stop. Then we can get more people interested in running for these very important positions. Thank you, Jay Bailey. So I hope that clears everything up for everybody. If anybody has questions for me or Willie, he's here. Willie, do you have anything to add to any of that?
No, just if you want me, I did address it with the Secretary of State's office. I went down to the election board. And of course, back when I was a county commissioner, I became a state representative. There was some talk I could take the office early. You cannot do that. You cannot be a state representative and county commissioner. But with Brian Kraske of the Secretary of State's election office, said they've had this question many times before. Said there's a lot of stipulations within the Kansas statutes as to what you can and can't do. But they said as far as being a school board member, there is no conflict of interest that they've seen yet. If there was the need for an official researched Attorney General's opinion, that can be done too, but that takes quite a bit of time when they research it. But that was my conversation with Brian Kraske. I did ask him if there is questions of ethics or who addresses that, who makes that decision at the county level. And Brian told me it was the county counselor. I said county attorney, he said no, county counselor. So any questions to that should be directed to the county counselor, was his suggestion. But, thank you.
And the county counselor would be Pat Walsh, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Alright, old business.
We need to approve the consent agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When I'm at work.
Yeah, I forgot. I'd make a motion, we approve, or we adopt the minutes of the revenue neutral hearing rate of September 8, 2021, to adopt the minutes of the budget hearing of September 8, 2021, to adopt the minutes of the regular board meeting of September 8, 2021, to approve the treasurer's report of September 30, 2021, to repay petty cash in the amount of $88.84 to the grade school, $31.99 to the middle school, and payment of the bills in the amount of $269,692.12 for October 13th, 2021, and September payroll in the amount of $463,678.56.
Second, aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Old business. Approve the K through 12.
Yeah, we need to approve the grant that we got. That's our original grant from Kate Test to Stay.
Is that all we gotta do, is just to make a motion to approve it?
Yeah, I got the letter right here of grant approval. The gal said that we had to, Troy, your budget has been fully approved through KDHE. I've attached a copy of your grant letter award for you to sign and scan back once it's been approved by the board. I have also attached several other documents for your records. The most important thing are getting set up with Lab Exchange. No. So we just need to approve this.
So I'll make the motion, we approve the Kansas K through 12 state positive test negative initiative. Second.
Aye.
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 You seconded that?
Did you have more to talk about on that, or was we?
Yes.
I know we talked about it, so I was wondering, is this now when you wanna talk about that?
Yes, and I don't know whether we want a motion or not, but one of the things, and I think Lisa's here, one of the things that they've allowed you to do now is test students who are household positive contacts.
To allow them to stay in school.
To allow them to stay in school. So discuss the option of testing close contacts of positive household members after positives have been released by county health. So if after the positive person has been released,
Okay, so not while they're still, so if the positive person is still in quarantine, it's not during that time. It would be that normal, they've been released and now their family has to do their times.
So do they,
Okay.
under the current deal, they have to stay home another 10 days?
They have the option to test at day 6 outside of school and return on day 7 if they're negative. If they choose not
After that
to
10
test.
days though?
Yes,
So
so
it's
I guess
not-
day 16, they have the option to test. And if it's negative, return on day 17.
But, okay, got it. But still after the first 10
Yes.
days. So they would still stay home while the positive case is through their period.
Whether a positive case is quarantined by the health department,
Right.
they would stay home. Once that positive household member is released, it would be an option to test them here at school, if they would like, for that remainder of the 20-day quarantine.
I think our goal is to keep kids in school and I think we should, I don't know why we wouldn't.
How has testing gone so far?
Testing has gone great, you know, we've had our numbers up and down. Currently, we're not testing anyone today or tomorrow, you know. But just to kind of put things into perspective, so if we were to begin testing for household members that have been, positive have been released, we would be testing 8 people. Whereas the week of September 23rd, we would have been testing 97. So we just don't know.
Versus how many did you test?
Well, 58 minus 97, so.
So over half were,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And when you had upwards of 40 some, how did it go?
We developed a routine. It was challenging because we were down a few of our health office employees due to unforeseen circumstances. So I really appreciate the volunteerism that we've had from the community and board members to help us get through those challenging times. So that was greatly appreciated. Thank you. We've developed a routine and it did take quite a bit of time. So I'm anticipating if we were to test above 50, it would take a couple of hours versus 30 minutes to an hour. Just by the time you run them through and you have to wait the 15 minutes and dismiss them and educate, it does take time.
Is this something, Troy, that if we did, do we have to opt in it forever, or is this something you try and if it,
Gets,
talking about adding in that extra? Is it I guess what's your opinion on this,
I
Lisa?
feel like with anything, the Board of Education and Administration have the opportunity to enforce things as needed or back down from things, such as if we would, I don't wanna say the mask word, but if we would come to a point, you guys would have to decide, are we going to close school or would we mask? You guys have the authority to do that. So I don't know why we couldn't do a trial unless it just became too much, if there was too many household members that had been okay to come back for testing, you know, we would get an astronomical amount to do. I think that we
So-
probably have the opportunity to.
When we have a positive case at school, who quarantines them? Do we quarantine them? Does the health department, who quarantines them?
Have the authority to exclude
Okay.
the
So that
student
gets
or
them
the
the 10
staff member
days.
from school. It's not an actual quarantine, that's the health department's jurisdiction.
So are they issuing quarantines then for the school?
Yeah, we are in close communication with them once we receive a positive. You know, then they can educate the rest of the household members that do not attend classes or work here.
Is there a threshold number that you believe that once you got to that it just would be impractical to
I
take
don't
tests?
know, you know, the most we've done so far is 42, and that was manageable with 4 people. We had 3 people doing testing and 1 person at the door, you know, telling students where to go. So that was manageable in a 45-minute time frame.
Is that our full staff or do we have more? How many do we have
We
currently
had
for that?
volunteers at the door because we had so many kids all at once come in.
well, because you weren't full staff.
Yes.
How many additional people did we just hire? I
Two.
knew we-
Two.
Okay,
Two.
so 2.
So we have 4 in total.
You have 4
Yeah.
staff for this.
How's that working? How's that working?
Are the other 2 full-time? I had somebody ask me that question,
Um,
are they full-time employees or are they part-time?
One of them is full-time, the other one decided that it was best that she just come for the testing.
Testing.
And it worked out okay with us.
So one's full-time
One's-
benefits, the other one's part-time with no benefits?
Right.
Yeah, I think where you were heading, Dave, it's kind of like, I think I think we probably all agree that we want the kids to get back to school as soon as possible, but we also have to manage expectations, and if it gets to a point where it doesn't make sense anymore, I think you guys have the authority to make that, hey, this is the situation, we're at this many, testing 115 kids, it's gonna take half the day, so.
And then you also look at, if you would have those individuals happen to be afternoon preschool or tech kids, you're testing twice a day.
Yeah.
So,
You're talking about for the second part of this, which is the kids that would have to stay home because of an in-house
Yeah.
contact.
So
So the
the,
question is, do we wanna try that for a little bit?
and this is still after the contact
after the positive has been released.
has been released, so.
So what if we chose not to do this?
Then we do what we're doing now.
Then we just continue on and then,
And then those
Right
kids
now,
have to
we've
stay
had no
out
tests, we've had no
10 plus 10
testing,
days.
for how long have we been without any tests? That we haven't had to test anybody,
It'll be 1 week. It'll be 2 weeks, Monday.
2 weeks with no testing. So what we're doing is working, so it's whether we wanna add any more to that.
I think we wanna get the kids back instead of being gone 10, not school days, but 10, 20 days, get them back.
so that's the alternative is if we do this, we get those kids back sooner.
10 days
That was gonna be my
sooner.
next question, is how many would that affect right now?
8.
So it would
And the
bring
way it
another
is
8 kids
now,
back.
they're out, 28 days?
No,
20 calendar.
Calendar days,
20
not school
calendar
days,
days.
yeah.
but they have the option if they would like to test on day 16, they can return on day 17 if that test is negative.
But this gets them back on day 11.
Day 11.
But the first 10 are in, they gotta be out
They
those 10,
have to be out.
right?
Yeah.
So this is after that 10 days.
So, cause I like the idea of getting more kids back in school, but what if we put a time frame on it right now? So I'm immediately thinking of the holidays that are coming up. And families going anywhere and everywhere and then coming back and potentially number going up from this.
But they're still
Do we
testing.
do it through like the end of the semester?
Well, this we wouldn't even have to
reevaluate
do
in
yet, we could wait till we got past the holidays if that's a concern, but, or you try it, because if you get through the holidays and the numbers don't change a lot, then we're probably safe, I would assume, would you not, Lisa?
No, our biggest month last year was February.
Was it really? I would have never guessed that.
So but we're testing them. So they've done a 10-day quarantine just like mom did, or whoever was positive. And assuming they took precautions at home, and then we're testing them on day 11, I don't know. I think we give it a go until you're like, whoa, this is not manageable. That's just my opinion.
And I will certainly continue to update Mr. Hutton weekly on Friday mornings and as needed if I see numbers increasing at a rapid pace.
So would you like to make that motion, however you just worded that?
Can I just have a follow-up, one more question? I mean, just administration, I mean, do you guys have thoughts one way or the other? Like, are you looking for, hey, we need to hear from the board that it's this number and we, stop? I don't wanna add more to your plate or more confusion or anything.
I think it's different for the high school because we have vaccines on our side. So I think it's probably more of their issues than mine. I think we're doing pretty good.
I mean, I have some concerns as a parent, but I'm probably a little more conservative than most. I mean, we're bringing back a kid who, I'm guessing most kids who are at home with their parents when they're having COVID, they're probably not wearing masks at home or anything. And I don't know how long how long after 10 days, how long can they still get it?
They say up to 21, but here lately the trend seems to be anywhere from 4 days to about 4 weeks.
So I mean, then coming back to school and bringing it back sooner than we know that 10 days is it's working right now. That's what I wanna get the kids back in school too, but I also wanna keep our kids that are in school in school.
Right,
No, are they in school, they'd be in school with masks, right?
In masks.
Right.
and tested in the morning.
Yeah, and that would also, I mean, it is ultimately the parents' decision. If they want to keep their
Right.
kids home for that 20 days, they most certainly can.
So they're not coming in with no mask on and all, they're gonna be tested, they're gonna be masked up. Basically what everybody else is doing right now that's getting tested.
Yes.
That's a fair, I mean,
That's just my personal opinion. And then if we jump back and forth between policies, okay, now we did this for a month, now we're going back to this other way. Well, now my kid can't come back. They gotta stay off 10 more days. But this other kid can come back 10 days. Which we change things all the time when we need
No.
to, so I mean, when we need to, we make adjustments, but that's just, those are some
I
of
don't know
my
what you're
concerns.
talking about, Tim.
Yeah.
And it will take a lot more intricate record keeping, I guess I should say, because like each household member is gonna have a different day that they stop testing. So that's a whole entire spreadsheet for one family versus like a cluster of kids that happen to be exposed and we're testing for 10 days because it was a classroom exposure, they all stop on the same day. So it may take a few minutes longer
So
until we get the groove going at the school.
who come up with this change? Was it KDHE?
KDHE, I believe.
Have they put out any data at all on what it's done to numbers of anybody that's done this?
Are we a guinea pig for this as well?
I'm sorry,
I say, are we a guinea pig for this as well?
let me answer that.
We're all a
I
part.
know there's other schools that are doing it. I know where my daughter lives in Marysville, they've been doing it for quite some time, a couple weeks.
Been working for them?
Yeah, it's been working. I mean, they
Oh, I don't think.
they haven't increased it positives in schools.
I will say, I think our staff says it's a hassle. I mean, granted, having those kids out for 10 days, that's a lot. And a lot of times it's 6 days, but you talk about 6 full days of work. Yes, we can provide the packets and we can provide the Chromebooks, that kind of thing, but it's still not being in school. Then they're out for another so many days after that. It's almost like they're out a month of school.
Right.
And we go to school 9 months out of the year, so it gets to be one of those things where we feel like we're trying to catch up from last year and the year before, let alone this year. So it becomes kind of a hassle, I think, for the staff.
Keeping the kids in.
I'm with Mr. Reeman. I do worry about our kids that are already safe in our school because we are trying to protect them. And then we bring these kids back. So I'm kind of teeter-tottering both ways. I want them back in school, but I want to protect the kids that are already in our school that are, we think, safe. So.
I mean, I'll go with whatever the board decides, those are just my personal.
Those are very good,
My
no,
personal
those are good
concerns.
points.
Yeah, we need to know.
We need to know what you think.
Yeah.
You guys have to live it and
Yeah.
manage it, and
Yeah, you guys are there
we've
every
gotta
day.
make a decision on it every month, it seems like.
And another consideration is if that's also another opportunity for a positive. And once a positive is received, then the contact tracing begins with that positive individual that's been in our school again. So I just have to weigh the, yeah,
I know, I know. None of this is ever easy.
no, it's not.
Well, right now, we're talking about 8 kids. What's usually that number?
I'm sorry,
What's that number, what's the max of that number?
It got to 55
Yeah,
in
55.
September.
55 was the number that we had. I'm talking about the kids that would be affected by,
That's what she
if
was
you
talking
changed
about.
it from the 10 days to the new,
It was 55.
it was 58, September 23rd is how many additional kids we would have been
58.
testing on top of 27.
And you anticipate that take a couple hours out of the morning?
Yeah.
Do all that?
And then you have to I have to enter test results on all of those within 24 hours, so
Yeah.
that would be a full-time job at some point.
I
And then
can't
there's gonna be
imagine
weeks
that,
like this.
I can't imagine that being realistic if you have that many to deal with.
Now, that's the new
if we had
If
this
we
new
had
policy
Have the household
at the
members.
peak.
Right now, it'd be 8 people.
It'd be
but
8
at the
people
peak,
today.
it was
Today, at the peak.
53.
But next week it could be up to 20 or
Yeah.
50, we don't know, so unpredictable.
Now I'm gonna retract what I just said and say, I guess everything that we're doing now is working, so it's so, I mean, you can go back, so. Dun, dun, dun.
Is this something that we can revisit month to month, see what we're doing with numbers and trends? Does that make sense? We got a good thing working.
I mean, right now, we're at 0, so if you ever wanted to try something, that'd be the time to try and then back out of it if it got ugly, so, but I don't know. Again, you're talking about 8 kids, and I don't know, are those 8 elementary, can we say that? What age group they're in?
I don't think you can clarify
Not
by,
names, just,
3 elementary and 5 high school.
so,
That would be able to come back testing negative in the morning.
well, the reason I asked that question was that we made the comment about the vaccine, so maybe the vaccine isn't helping as much in the high school. We got 5 of those that are out because.
They just started today, correct?
But 3 of them started today.
3 of them started today.
Because of a close contact.
I don't know the perfect answer to that. I don't wanna be the one that answers that one this time.
I don't think there is.
I don't think we have, yeah.
Mike, what do you think? You're being awful quiet over there.
I say we just keep doing what we're doing.
I kinda agree. I mean, I don't think you mess with something that's been very successful so far, and if we get into a place where we wanna try something, I guess we could, but
Yeah.
maybe the time to do that is right. I don't think you wanna do it right before holiday, maybe you do it right after holiday and see what happens, and then, like, if you wanted to do it in January, and then see what, do it for a month and look at the numbers.
And I think also Mr. Raymond had a good point, that if we keep changing policies, parents are not gonna know what's
Exactly.
what, when.
Yeah.
We've only been at this a month and
True,
it seems to
yeah.
be successful. I'd like to see,
Let's
not
just
mess with success
Keep
for
on,
a
keeping
while.
on. Listen to the man behind the column. He didn't even know it.
I heard.
So we don't
I
need to
know.
make a motion or anything, we just want to
we're not
continue.
changing.
Okay.
We just stay where we're
So I think
at.
we'll stay with
Stay the
what-
course.
Is that all right with everybody?
And I will continue to communicate.
Yes, thank you, Lisa, very much, thank you.
So here's a question I've had several people ask me about, so I asked to bring this up tonight, student manager policy discussion, I remember student manager policy discussion, and I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna take us back to, was it March of last year?
Yeah, baseball season, was it?
So we had a problem there, so we fixed that, and then in June, we come back, and Tony, you're gonna have to help me here, so I believe it was brought up about Keisha and some other issues, so you asked the board to vote on changing some of this, so I just wanna clarify what we're doing, because I've had several people ask, how are the other schools doing and we're not, I guess that's the question why I'm asking this.
Right, so I think originally when this first came up, there was a patron that contacted a couple board members, and so then it was brought up at a board meeting. And I explained the situation, the conversation with that patron, and how managers for activities are considered a participant. So that we could not have a non-high school student being a participant in a high school activity. Then that went into, what about the ball boys, what about the bat boys, what about, are they considered managers? No, they're not. And then the question was, are they covered by Keisha catastrophic insurance? No, they're not. And so that's when we decided if we were gonna, it needed to be in policy if we were going to enforce, that was not gonna happen. You go from school to school, everybody has ball boys, ball girls, ball kids on the sideline Friday nights or at baseball games, and never was my intent that would go away. My conversation totally was about a team manager. And so I think it's great to have those kids around the teams. Parents are always at the ball game if their kid is a ball boy or if they're ball girl. I need to stop saying that, but ball person. And so if there is an injury or something, I at the very minimum, have them sign a waiver to say if they're injured on the sideline, you're not gonna hold the school liable, you know, something like that. But I know it's changed our sideline a lot, and, you know, it's sometimes very difficult to get that done. Those little boys or little girls are very active on the sideline, throwing that ball in and out, and they're always right on the spot. And so, yeah, that's,
So
I'd like to have them
If somebody
back.
got hurt badly, it would not cover them in insurance, is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
But if we get a waiver, because, or, let me make sure I understand this, because I think when my son plays athletics, he has to sign a form that says our insurance becomes the first insurance and the
Right.
school backs it
We
up.
have activities, athletic
So
Waivers that we
do we
sign,
have
yeah.
that same thing?
but that's just supplemental insurance.
So do we have that same type of thing for like a ball boy or
I would think
ball
so,
girl or whatever?
yeah,
I don't know
it's
why we-
accident insurance.
Catastrophic insurance is only for a very large event, paralyzation or, you know, $1 million situation. So, I mean, it's,
So discussing this right now, and I would say it was my understanding, right, that there wouldn't be ball boys or anything because of the discussion. So based on this discussion and, you know, as meaning we would be able to have ball girls and boys,
That was-
not managers, but
that
helpers, so if we have them sign a waiver. Is that what I'm hearing, Jay, or no waiver?
That's what I think Tony just said, is that correct, Tony?
if that's what, if that's what we wanna do, I mean, I don't know
I
that
think the
anybody else
intent
does that, but.
We've been
Or
talking
do we
about
even need
waivers a lot.
Or do we even need a waiver signed, we just,
Corey,
it's okay.
Corey,
Is it
any
not-
Assumption of risk.
I think a couple things you gotta consider. One is what the minimum grade would be for a ball boy, girl, and it could be dependent on the sport. Second is that you should open it to every student if you make it available. And if you do that, then they have to then sign up to do that and then be selected for that. That could be a game-to-game
So you
process,
rotate
it could
it
be a seasonal thing. Because to me, just because you're a coach's child doesn't necessarily give you any more privileges than a regular student. So if they get to be on the sideline, a regular student should have that same opportunity if we make it available to them. I mean, that's my only contention is if we open this up to coaches' children, we need to open it up to all students and do it on a selection basis, volunteer basis, waiver form,
Rotating.
you know, do the whole 9 yards if we're gonna do it. So, I mean, that's my only, you know, comment
So
on
is
this.
that
Well, I've
feasible
had
to do that?
no involvement in selecting ball persons before. They're
Good
always
job.
just there. I don't know how they showed up, I don't know.
They start throwing the ball, they
You
go
know, they
field.
just, hey, get over here, we need you kind of thing. So, I would hate to get into that process and if that's the responsibility of a coach to select them, I mean, I'd be
Seems
okay
like
with
a lot.
that, but and then you're right back to coaches' kids or whatnot, but that would be something I wouldn't enjoy doing, I guess.
So we don't
You
need
talking
a
about
waiver?
the selective deal?
Selecting a ball boy or, you know, going through the process of,
I guess prior
Who is,
to
who
us
isn't?
having this discussion, was there issues with that, Corey? Or did we just roll with it like Mr. Hubert is saying?
As far as what,
I mean, have we had issues with like, but I wanted to do that, I don't know, I mean,
well, we haven't had it opened up before.
I don't
What's
know,
happened
is there a
is
need,
you've
I'm
had just a
asking,
certain-
is there a need
You-
for that? I don't think a coach will want that extra responsibility, they have a lot.
Well, to me, if that's the case, then they shouldn't have their child on the sideline. I mean, I understand it's their child, but that child shouldn't have any more privilege than any other student.
I don't know if it's
To have the
they
ability
have
to
a
do that.
job, I guess I'm not counting it as privilege. They're doing a job,
So then every student should have the ability to, or the opportunity to do that job. Whether they're a coach's child or not.
I think we live in a town where we don't have to try out for sports. You know, I'm thinking of,
You may have some kids that don't care, don't wanna do it, you may have
I don't
some
know
parents
why
that
this has to be.
view it as a status symbol, that, hey, my kid is down there with the other high school kids that they're helping
So-
coach or not, you know, or involved with,
What
or they
age
see.
group would we be talking about if we was doing high school kids? Would you be just junior high? I mean, do you want third and fourth graders out there? Do you want?
That's the other thing too, is that
Probably want
if
Sixth,
Acacia
seventh,
doesn't
eighth
recognize sixth graders, they're not gonna recognize anybody else as a
We've
as an
already said
official
that,
student.
that the ball boys wouldn't be, and ball girls wouldn't be recognized.
I mean, to me, I think they should be the age that they're, or the grade that they're participating with.
I don't think you're gonna find other high school kids if they're to be a ball boy,
I would just like to go back the way we did it before and
that's what I'm saying.
just making it clear that you cannot be a manager leaving school early to go on a
bus.
ball game to Timbuktu or leaving early school to get to going to practice every day. I mean, there's certainly there's differences between the two situations and so that's the only reason I really wanted to revisit this, because we miss those kids on the sideline.
And
We
we
really
could
do.
probably,
I see the refs going, hey,
Yeah,
when those ball boys are down there,
Well, like
They're
a couple
saying that.
games, we've had kids from the other team on our sideline.
you're
Yes,
saying
we
we
have.
could probably solve the problem with the insurance coverage with the waiver.
I have my own opinions and that's why I can't say them, because I have a husband that is a coach of all seasons, so.
But I'd still like to hear it,
I
so
mean-
please say it.
Go ahead, Kat.
Exactly.
I'd like to hear
I just think we're overcomplicating.
Agree.
That's kind of my overarching thought. Is that yes, I agree with the whole manager thing needs to be in the same school unit. I guess with the whole ball boy, ball girl, it's never bothered me from a coach's perspective. They do get a certain sum of money for what they do, but it does not really pay for what
selecting
it
a ball
is
boy.
that they do. And so if that is a privilege, I do I also see that. But teachers in general,
I mean, if
administrators,
they're-
people they don't get paid for everything that they already do.
I get Corey's thing too, because there's some kids that would like to do it, that if they
So
don't.
if you had a high school student that came to you and said, hey, I would like to be a ball boy, I'm not on the football team, or a girl, you know, Kate was in here earlier, her dad's a coach, hey, I'd like to be.
that coach would snatch them up now. They would be on the sideline already,
So
Because
but
they
they don't
can, they already
they don't
told me that.
exist.
the opportunity is there if they choose to do it. I'm just saying that by restricting it to just coaches' children, you're
I
opening.
don't think we're.
I don't think
doing
we're
that, are we?
restricting
We're
it.
not gonna restrict it to that, right?
No.
So it's currently open if we open it.
Yeah, I don't,
To any student, say if for high school sport, they could be a high school student.
That's the
do it.
question, is what age do you feel comfortable with, Tony? Is it sixth, seventh, eighth?
I've seen fifth and sixth graders down there running around being ball boys. I remember
we're
Noah
overcomplicating it.
Lohmeyer being down there, and he was never coach's kid, but he was up there running around being a ball boy. He was one of the best we ever had, watching the game and knowing
Knowing what's
exactly
going
when
on.
to throw it in and when, pick it up, so
With that, the kids just ask permission to do it, and you said
that's
yes or no.
basically what happened.
And really, we could
Do they limit the
manage
number of
that,
them, or can you
but
have
just
5 or
ask
6,
permission.
8, 10?
Well, you don't
want
want,
a ton.
yeah,
You don't want a football.
2 or 3 at a time, otherwise they get 5 or 6 of them together, they won't pay attention to the game and they're paying attention to each other.
yes.
Well, it would make sense to me that, you know, that a couple of them ask permission, they wanna do it, and they do it, and the 3
Yeah.
or 4 ask, well, no, I'll take 2 of you, the rest of you, we don't have enough. I'm sure there's no feelings on that, but I mean, it's just the way life is.
I'm
Really,
not sure how they were selected before, but if we could go back that way. I just-
nobody showed up.
Whatever, it clearly wasn't very complicated, I don't think. So
However
I
that
think-
worked, why, what do we need out of this deal, what is that exactly?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, the
We
policy,
have to make a motion, do we gotta change
we,
policy?
it's a handbook revision, so, my policy says managers of activities are considered participants in an activity, therefore any high school student, or therefore only high school students can act as managers for all high school activities.
That doesn't change.
Period, I wouldn't change that. The next statement says students from elementary and middle school will be prohibited from standing on sidelines of football games, be in dugouts or baseball, softball games, be on benches for basketball and volleyball games. This will include coaches' children. Coaches' children may be at practice, but must be away from the activity to avoid the possibility of injury. I would
So really, that's
strike
just talking
that.
about coaches' children, it's not talking about all the others.
Well, no, it says students from
You want that
elementary
whole-
and middle school will be prohibited from
Including-
standing,
It says both.
but
Which we still want that, we don't want them down there standing unless they're a ball player, correct?
correct.
So the revision
We'd
would,
have to say the exception would be if you're assigned.
if you're approved ball,
Come out with granted
Child.
permission. Yeah. Yeah, that's the coach, he says, yeah, you come down. I don't think the kid's gonna carry a slip sign.
I didn't revise a possibility, because I would like to change it quickly because we got a game Friday night, but, I don't know how to get it done that quick.
Could you add a comma that we have all that stuff, comma, without permission from the
coach.
staff?
Head coach,
Head coach.
without permission from the head coach, period. Do you like that or not?
I like that, whoever said that over there.
Mrs. Reed, behind the column,
Say that one more time. Without permission from the head coach.
I motion that we add to, do we have to motion this?
yeah, it's cause it's
Change it.
policy.
Yeah.
To change the policy in the athletic handbook to end with
Needing permission from the
Comma.
head coach.
with
Without
need,
coaches.
without what now, damn
Without
it.
head coach's permission.
Without head coach's permission,
I'll second that.
thank you.
Would you wanna include that for middle school also, our policies are similar?
The high school and middle school policy to include, comma, without head coach's permission.
Is that okay, Tim? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, we've had, middle school's a little different, and we got some kids who wanna do that and not wanna be on the sideline. We have a manager doing it this year for a ball boy. So it's a good job for him, for that individual. But that could change from year to year also. We've had kids that did rec football in the past, done that. But I think is always with the coach's permission.
All right,
So that'd work for both.
did anybody
middle school and
second,
high school.
did somebody second my,
Jay
I
did.
did.
all right,
Aye.
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 Thank you.
New business,
Oh, God.
Osage City Neighborhood.
Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, Rod Willis brought this in to the board. He talked about coming in tonight, and will come in, but I think Jay and I just talked about giving this to you guys to, look through. Basically, if you go to me, page 10 kind of sums it up a little bit.
Remember, this is a draft, so this isn't the final deal that they're doing, they're getting the ideas out there.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
25% of the current appraised value, minimum improvement must be made to the real property to qualify. So as I understand it, the 25% of it, the property value as it stands is still gonna be taxed. It's the 25% of above the appraised value and improvement that's going to be exempt from tax. Is that how you
Actually,
understand
it'll
it?
be more than that. It has to have a minimum of a 25% appraised improvement, but it can be approved by 100%. Whatever that number is, that gets the rebate that they pay it, but then they get reimbursed. So if they do take a $100,000 piece of property and make it worth $200,000, they only pay taxes based on $100,000 for whatever that term is. And it has to be approved by, anytime they do these types of things, it has to be approved by all taxing entities. So you'd have county, city, school boards, library boards, fire districts, everybody has to sign off on it.
So the plan is kind of, the overarching this plan is to create a better community,
Correct.
a more, okay, got it, thank you.
If it to improve. Right, there's a building downtown called the Star Building, I
Yes,
know it is.
yeah.
They're gonna spend some serious money on that. So when that happens, the rebate, they'll get their taxes back at those rates. And there's different things in different areas, like downtown areas, if you put apartments in your downtowns or whatever, those rebates may be more than if you're building a house. But there'll be something in here for everybody that can take advantage of it in the entire community.
What about laundromats? I'm just kidding,
Everybody
I'm
does
just
that.
kidding.
There's a way to do something,
It's
but
a
yeah,
business.
So
there's a
this
lot of cool things that are in this.
Would this be appraised tax value? Is that what we're talking?
Correct.
Okay.
In other words, if you're paying tax on $100,000, it's not gonna change, you're still gonna pay that. And you're gonna pay the addition, but you get a rebate, is what they're doing. It's usually, and that's why I say this is a draft, because they've been talking to a lot of different places, and it goes anywhere from 1 to 10 years, so, but it can go at 100 down to 50, it can go 100 all the way. You take it in a old historical building, you do 100% all the way through it, so there's a lot of different ways they do that. It'll get somebody maybe to come in to downtown Osage City,
Awesome.
also any of these small towns, that they'll go in and rebuild their downtown.
So then the county tax appraisal.
We might have built yours just a little too quick.
Way to go, Dave.
I was thinking the same thing. I built mine too quick.
The county appraiser would decide what percentage it had been
No,
approved.
however they do the plan, that's how it'll get approved. And you can opt out, I mean, the school board can opt out. Anybody can opt out of it, but they have to go to each taxing entity and see if they wanna opt in. When this is all done, they'll have a complete draft, they'll tell you all the numbers, all the way through.
So the plan would be approved before anything was ever done?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
This plan was in place in 2011. And it expired in 2021. And not many people took advantage of it, because I don't think everybody knew about it.
I was gonna say
It was
education.
mainly a county one, not a city one. So I say city found it, and is it Rod's son?
Yeah, his son.
Yeah. He found, and he brought it back to them and said, hey, well, we look at this and it would help everybody, so that's why it got started.
Very cool.
You won't lose any money, because the money that you're getting now won't change, it's just whatever goes up, you'll get it at the end of that 10 years. I hope I
And
said
in
that in a
total,
nutshell,
your
that
hopefully
helped.
your city has
Yeah,
improved.
yeah.
But again, that's a rough draft, they're gonna present they present it to the county, they're gonna go to the, cities had their meeting on it, now they've been here, they gotta go to the library board. Is it fire board, or somebody else, I'm messing up. Whatever taxing entity in the district, so that's.
It was
what-
listed in here.
Turning my weeds into grass. All right, thank you.
Wait until. More effective.
I asked if it could be retroactive. Yeah.
Just for you.
I was checking for you, Dave.
Or they'll do building downtown in how many years? Decades or whatever.
Way to go, you just missed it.
They just waited till you got done.
Yeah. There's your proof not everybody knew about it.
Well, actually, this hasn't been out very long, September 28th is when they started talking about it. It's the first time I heard about it, I think.
Awesome.
You're ahead of the time.
Got a gift?
We gotta approve a gift from, the Osage City Preschool in the amount of $6,182.15.
$6,182.15.
Yep.
So you need a motion for that?
Yes.
So I'll make a motion, we accept the gift of $6,182.15 into what? Or
From the Osage City Preschool.
From the Osage City Preschool Fund. Second for preschool.
Aye.
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 Aye. Mower.
We have one mower that's 12 years old that needed some work and at least $2,000 worth of work. Cost of an equal mower at Sloops is $10,999. They're willing to give us $3,000 in a trade. I guess that'd be my recommendation, is to go ahead and trade that mower off for a new mower. Be in the $8,000 range. It's up for discussion.
I agree with that, having experience with commercial mowers. Once they start having problems, then they just,
There's
12 years seems like a long time for me to mow a lot.
yeah.
Sounds like we get good at it.
Maybe I'm too used to my kids using it.
Well, out of your place, it's a whole different story, Joe.
So you need a motion for that.
Is to approve, motion to approve trading for a new mower.
So I'd make a motion then that we approve the purchase. You wanna purchase from Sloop?
Yes.
So I'd make the motion we approve
I wouldn't, not like to get too, I don't have an exact price.
so I'll just put approve the purchase of a mower from Sloops with a trade-in value of $3,000, not to exceed $10,000 total cost of the school district. How's that?
That sounds good.
Aye.
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 Three Lakes. Okay, Three Lakes. Let's see, Monday night, there was a request for a chaperone for one of our sped students to attend the band trip. And we approved that, the board approved that Monday night. We approved the classified staff raises, and it was the first option, if you remember that, I think they said the yellow option, the first one on the, which was the lower of the two options, that was approved. 4% office staff raise was approved. 4% administrative staff was also approved raise for them. And then there were 4 board members that were chosen for the director's search committee that's coming up with Kathy Mickelson, who is retiring. And the 3 representatives were from Santa Fe Trail, Burlingame, and Linden. Eric, yeah. And Brandy from Burlingame and Madison from Santa Fe Trail. And I guess the rest of the other 3 are gonna be superintendents, I guess is that what you would understand, Troy?
And then, cause is she retiring at the end of the school year or the end of this fiscal? Okay.
This year, yeah.
I couldn't remember if it was fiscal or school year.
How's that search going?
It's just getting, they have just
They just
beginning.
announced the committee.
Yeah, October 20th, there's KASB's they're gonna have a meeting about what characteristics are needed for the director to give the search committee kind of a direction to go. And in other words, what qualifications they're looking for. And October 20th, I believe, they said 1 o'clock, something like that, noon, 1, sometime around there, 1, I think it was.
Yeah.
And that's all I have for 3 Lakes.
Recreation report.
We're gonna finish up with flag football and soccer over the next couple weeks. Flag football will finish October 24th, and soccer will finish October 30th. 3rd and 4th grade football team, they're actually playing tonight at Ottawa, league game. They do not play this weekend, and they'll play at home next Wednesday, the 20th, against Garnett. And then they'll finish up the last 2 Saturdays of October. The 5th and 6th grade team, they've got the number 2 seed in their league tournament. They do not play this Saturday. They'll play the 23rd against the winner of Ottawa versus Olpe. And then their final Saturday will be the 30th. Cheer camp, they had a performance on September 24th. During the high school football game, there ended up being around 62 total kids from preschool through 5th grade participate. So there were a lot of cheerleaders at the home game that night. Volleyball camp is actually going on right now. It was tonight, it'll be next Wednesday, the 20th, and then it'll be the last Thursday of the month, the 28th. There's 58 total kids, 3rd through 6th grade, that are participating in that. And then forms are out for 3rd through 6th grade basketball. The deadline for it is November 8th. I'm currently looking at an option for our sixth grade boys and girls, because all of the towns around us allow their sixth graders to play middle school basketball. That only leaves Osage and Council Grove as the only towns in our league to have sixth graders play youth sports. So I'm looking at Ottawa, they have a league as an option, and then I have found information from like St. Mary's Rossville. And I've communicated to both of the sets of the coaches about which direction they would prefer. I got approval for us to play at the Ottawa League. I'm trying to find the direct contact person for St. Mary's in Rossville to do so. And then practices would start the week after Thanksgiving, so for that. But that's really about it right now.
Alright. Juliana?
I'm getting some water, excuse me, I'm just thirsty.
Administrative reports. Jim, you wanna start?
Sure. This never happens.
Frank, switch it up.
Today was the end of the first quarter, so we've made it through the first 9 weeks, so everyone's pretty excited about that. It's kind of been long and short all at the same time. Cross country finishes up tomorrow with their season for middle school with the league meet at North Lyon County or the Orchard. Might be a little soggy, but they say they're good to go. Should be good weather for run. Both our boys and girls teams have had a great season, and we look forward to them doing a great job tomorrow. Volleyball's at Chase County tomorrow at 4:30. We have our tournament, our season-ending tournament at Council Grove, starting at 9 a.m. on Saturday, and they'll run 3 courts and run the first one available, so that should go pretty quick. Right now, we're the 1 seed, and should be league champs. I think we'll win any tiebreakers if we were to lose tomorrow, so I think we'll be league champs, so they've had a great season also. Football tomorrow is at Wabunsee, undefeated right now, and they're the 11-man league champs for the league, and looking to go undefeated tomorrow. Will be another tough game for them, but I think we'll pull it out. Mass band is Friday for grades 7 through 12. Mr. Nicholas and I kind of talked about what grades we wanted to do that with, and we decided, with everything going on and some of those lower, in the past, 5th and 6th grade have been involved. We kind of eliminated 5th grade a little while ago because they're just getting started, and those kids were just standing on the fields, not even playing. When they were doing mass band, they were just out there. And then 6th grade is kind of a little behind, so we just made the decision to go with 7 with 12, and he's got a pretty good show going, and he's been working real hard to get them ready. Middle school basketball practice starts next Wednesday, so they go straight from volleyball and football to basketball and cross country to basketball, so they'll be going for that. And then we'll have a parent meeting on Monday, the 25th. Choir concert, the 21st, the 6 through 12 choir. That'll be at 7 p.m. in the auditorium. Then we are hosting Flint Hills Junior League Vocal Music in Emporia State this year, and that'll be on October 25th. They go up there and do a clinic starting at 3 with our kids and all 8 schools in our league combined, and then they do a performance at 7. So we were in charge of hosting that this year. Then we got Red Ribbon Week coming up, the 25th through 28th. Ms. Ensminger and Student Council have been putting together some activities and planning for that week. We also have Campbell lined up, got some videos for them to show and promote Red Ribbon Week. And then we end the month with our student-led parent-teacher conferences on the 26th and 27th. And in the middle school, we have the students that make their presentations, their slideshows, and they actually lead the conference with the parents and the teacher in there. And last year we went virtual with all those, and it went real well. This year they could have the option, parents have the option to do it virtual or coming in person. So however they can do it, however they want to do it. But even if they do it virtual, their kids at home with their computer, meeting in with their teacher and going through that presentation. So it works well either way. Then we got fall break on the 29th, and our first basketball game starts on November 4th. So we're just keep moving, keep them busy, keep them out of trouble. So that's all I got.
All right, like Mr. Raymond said, did you have a question? Did you have a question?
No. I was hoping Jay would go, and Mr. Heward.
No, I actually had down Mrs. Paul.
Okay, there you go. Like Mr. Reeman said, parent-teacher conferences are Tuesday, October 26th and Wednesday, October 27th from 3:30 to 7:30. The elementary staff just met on Monday and have sent parent letters home about scheduling conferences. If there's a conflict and a parent can't make the conference, they're to contact the teachers. And hopefully we scheduled conferences, and ours are all gonna be in person. So if the family has multiple students, we've scheduled them back to back to back, and they're all gonna be about 20 minutes each. Preschool and kindergarten teachers and staff were given a great in-service on Monday from Tasia Markowitz, who's the director of the Kansas Masonic Literacy Center at Emporia State. Teachers were given multiple ways to engage their students using various activities in literacy, so they really got a lot out of that. The 3rd through 5th grade teachers also received training, not from Tasia, but from Jennifer Haney, who is a Greenbush representative, on utilizing the data from our state assessment interims. There are 3 interims that students can take to get prepared, more prepared for state assessments, and that's really important for elementary students, especially at the 3rd grade level, because it gives them a chance to use the tools that are on the state assessments. And so what our teachers did during that in-service time is that Jennifer showed us how to use the data from those interims. And the next interim is going to be between December 6th and 17th. So that's, your students will be given a test sometime during that time on math and reading. They don't give a science one, which is kind of a downfall, but and then they'll be given another one, I think, in early February. But it really gives our teachers a great way of determining what objectives our students are really good with in math and reading and don't really have to concentrate too much on, and what ones they really struggle with. And those are the ones that they can hit pretty hot and heavy, you know, whether it's a 5 or 10 minute lesson at the beginning of a lesson, or maybe just, you know, maybe a week before state assessments. But because some of that material they don't even get to till the end of the school year, so that's kind of a bad thing. But that was a really good in-service, so thank you guys for letting us have that. October 28th, we are gonna be celebrating fall break. That is a Thursday. Students will be allowed to wear their Halloween costumes as long as they are school appropriate. We will have a parade in the auditorium. That will occur around 8:30, and hopefully Andy will be able to live stream that, so parents that aren't able to attend, and we won't actually invite parents to attend anyhow because of COVID reasons, but people that can't come into the auditorium, we don't want them in there. We're gonna hopefully be able to let them see it on our live stream. And then if you haven't looked at our playground, the new playground equipment came in. Yay, we're so excited. The preschool and kindergarten students are really having a good time on that. We did finally get in our swing mats. And Alan came up to me today and he was gonna put them in this morning, and then all the rain. And so whenever the rain subsides and he's able to kind of level off the wood chips, we'll get the mats in to the swings, so it will look really nice. That's all I had.
Now we know what Mrs. Paul does on break.
She goes swing.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Last week was a great week with homecoming week. Big shout out to everybody. There's a lot that goes into that. You know, a lot of people from the outside looking in, it's just kind of a thing that rolls along, but a lot of moving parts, a lot of people that are involved to make that week happen, and it went really smooth. I know even things that we do is disruptive to the middle school and the elementary, and you know, they have staff members that help out as well, and so it just, you know, out to everybody, students, staff, community, everybody just made it a great week. It was a long week. I don't know that it got planned well enough, as there was a home activity on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, so it was a packed week of different events. So, but it was a great week. I think it was memorable for the kids. Student-led conferences, we did start getting those scheduled Monday, and so those will be option for parents to do virtual or in person, however they want to do it. But it'll be kind of like what Tim was describing. It's a electronic presentation that the students will talk to the parents with the teacher's guidance. That's the 26th, 27th, 3:30, 7:30. And the main focus is in the individual plans of study, but the teachers will still have sign-up sheets on their door that parents can come by and see an open slot so they can sign up for that slot and not think they got to stand there for 2 hours waiting for their turn to go in. So hopefully that'll, it's worked out pretty good for us recently. So football team is playing again Friday night. It looks like we'll probably have our home bracket game on October 28th, which is that Thursday before fall break.
Is that gonna be a problem with the volleyball? Or not, Corey? You said that volleyball was gonna do their thing on October 28th. Is that gonna be an issue?
Don't know.
Okay, just
Not
thought I'd
up
throw
to,
that out there. That seemed,
it's possible, but I'm not sure Carly has thought about that yet.
I'm happy to play at home.
We'll have to talk about it, I'm sure. Our volleyball team will be playing league volleyball this Friday. We'll have the 4 seed. First game's at 9 o'clock at West Franklin. And then Sub-State is also at West Franklin. So we'll get to travel over there 2 weekends in a row. Sub-State will start at 2 o'clock on the 23rd. Debate's well underway. Mr. Stuckey's doing a great job with those kids, and they're getting out and seeing some experience. They're kind of a young group, but they're getting some experience at some of these different schools. Girls golf went to regional golf on Monday at Council Grove, and one golfer made it to state. So congratulations to her. She'll go to Heston Golf Course on the 18th and 19th. It's a 2-day tournament again. Cross country is this Thursday. Well, we did our home meet last week and went about as well as it could go. It was a little warmer, but we've had some cold, drizzly days that was not fun for anybody, but our home meet really went well, and league will be at the Orchard, like Tim said, and then regional will be up at Sabetha on the 23rd. Girls run at 10 and the boys at 10:40. Marching band went to a competition last Wednesday at Emporia. They received an excellent rating. Overall rating or score, they give like a 100, I think it was 178 or something, but it was 12 points higher than they have in the last 3 or 4 years. So although it was a 2 rating, it's still an excellent rating. So the kids did really well. The final show will be mass band on Friday, like Tim said, 7 through 12. And then there'll be a glow show afterwards. The chili supper will be provided by the fundraiser by the band boosters at the game as well on Friday. So, but stick around. There'll be a glow show. Kids always have a good time with that. This week's been Appreciation Week, Kansas State Activity Association Appreciation Week. Gave us a time to show some appreciation to our coaches and sponsors. Until you really do one of those things, you really don't understand the kind of time it really takes to be a head coach or even an assistant coach. It is a lot for a varsity sport at a high school. So appreciate them and all the teachers that do that. So that's all I have.
I would make the motion that we go into executive session to discuss certified positions, classified positions pursuant to the non-elected personnel exception under Coleman. The open meeting will resume in here we'll just say 9:30. With Tony Eward, the high school principal, to stay in, and also David Cunningham from KSB if needed. I'll by phone on David Cunningham.
And Troy.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, Troy. Yes.
Second, aye.
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 Or did he ever come in?
Not yet.
Okay.
So I would like to extend the executive session for a period of 30 minutes, with still having the ability to call in David Cunningham of KSB if needed.
Second time.
Aye.
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 Aye. I'll make a motion, we extend the executive session for the non-elected personnel for additional 20 minutes with same people involved and David Cunningham from KSB also involved on the telephone.
Second, aye.
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 Hold up.
Wait,
Just, I'm
Hang
sorry,
on, David.
hold on, sorry.
You ready, Tim?
Yep.
I'll make the motion, we extend the executive session for non-elected personnel with David Cunningham staying present, let's say for 30 minutes, so we'll go to 10:52.
Second, aye.
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 Aye. Show me what I'm doing here. You got anything over there?
What's that?
Is that Linda Robertson?
Oh, yeah.
What position is that? High school?
Need to approve Linda Roberts as a night custodian.
With that?
Yep.
Alright, I'll make a motion, we approve Linda Robertson as a night custodian.
Second, aye.
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 Aye. I think that's it, isn't it? We're not gonna. Mike, what's your
Yeah,
famous
but-
words?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
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 We adjourn?